Hello. I fell asleep. It was like, oh shit. Oh shit. I woke up at like 5 minutes ago and I was like, oh crap. I fell asleep. Totally by accident. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I was gonna get up and... Nope. Oh man. Sleep schedule. Who is she? Alright, where was I? I was in court. I was totally in court. I had finished investigating, and now my ass is in court. "9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Adrian did it? I somehow doubt that. After all of that. Right, and like what's with the kidnapping? Hi Fox, I fell asleep. Thank you for head pats. I fell asleep. I didn't mean to, but I did. So I'm late. All right. I don't know if it's Adrian. Adrian is the most logical choice. Especially considering all the stories. But, you know. Dude, no way! That woman can do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? Don't let any sort of scandal ruin that. You're already on trial for murder. I feel like the scandal is still... It's a-happening right now. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Hi! Mia! We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. I can't focus on my situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, get going. Hey, it's him! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya. She's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial, which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest. if you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who was that? No one? It's nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, your nose just get longer? Court o'clock. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. As the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Mrs. Von Karma? Suspicious. I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something, keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has what? This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. That's crazy. What? Shot? That's crazy bananas. Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Ooh. You're... Thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. Hi, Kinsara. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. I'm late because I fully fell asleep. I was like, I'll just close my eyes for 5 minutes. It became 30. Yep, okay. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. What were you doing? By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm the detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If you want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is gonna be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edward. You also fell asleep during the day, but you are now rested and ready for Edward's heroic return. Yep. Yep. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. But where's the guitar? After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Let's press on everything. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. That's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The victim found dead in his hotel room. Yeah, I still have, like, sleep voice. It's gonna take a minute to shake that off. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Ungard's manager. She's a really pretty lady. Sir. So she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungard. After visiting his room, she went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. That's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death, we believed he was definitely murdered, sir. The cause of death? Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Yeah, that's incredibly shallow. Now, real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana. His bandana, sir? Thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir? Yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. And what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Strangled with a scarf, and stabbed with a knife. Tell me about the guitar case. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. You couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, and how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory, then. There is some water. Okay. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty, even before he got to the hotel. Hi, Carl. Welcome back from the theater, and your yaoi full time at the theater. I fell asleep, so I'm sorry I was late to stream. I'm gonna repeat myself a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Can I ask what you saw at the theater that was giving you a very yaoi time? Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was a reason. There was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Android's back in full swing. Very well. Come shoe. Testify, please. Yes, sir. Why arrest on guard? Matt on guard and Juan Corrido were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Gem and Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume. It was found in Mr. Unguard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. No, it wasn't. That was his knife with dinner. I mean, it could have been that Adrian was bullied into it. She seems the type who wants to be bullied. You watched The Importance of Being Earnest. Oh. Gosh. Have I seen that? It's... How many years ago was that? Anyway. I hope you enjoyed your time at the theater. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Knife added to the court record. Yeah, Adrian would have had access to Matt's silverware. Would have used it to pry off the button. And once again had access to Matt. But I don't think... I feel like Adrian didn't do it. I feel like that's too easy of an answer, like this early in the case. And there's this button. It was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? I feel like I don't have enough information about this kidnapper man. Is this button also covered in blood? Yes. And we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jam and Ninja's button added to the court record. Well, this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yes, it's most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ungard won, did he not? Yeah. And you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corrido was always one step behind Mr. Ungard in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corrido lost the Grand Prix in the end. That's too bad. He has been pretty downhearted after losing. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Mr. Kurita in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not... Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Objection! Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Huh? No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? It's just, everybody just fucking forgets. Oh, man. Do you have proof that the button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Gem and Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Actually, I do want to look at it. Crime scene. Mordor scene. Yeah, it looks like the knife was used to pry off the button. Just for placement's sake. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread, huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Ugh. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found. We rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Kurita, and we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what's he trying to say about me here? I love lollygagging. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. God damn it, forensics. Always. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Are you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So if the defendant, the owner of this knife, is the defendant the owner of the knife? No. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. That's not true. No way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, it's not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix, yes? Something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. You're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find it, no matter how small it may be. Okay, I know what it is. This is just not true. But what do I have to back it up? Also, who stole Lotta's camera? Too many suspicious parts that are not tracking. Oh, Gatewater is engraved.
Objection!
Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant, bro, did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of the knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. Because Gumshoe's been fired. But I didn't know. The question is, where did this knife come from? Well, it's obvious it came from the victim, Mr. Corrida's room. Nope. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. A knife. There's a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. Well, this must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. Murder weapon with fingerprints, a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well... Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here... Okay. Okay, fine. And gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? I have to. I don't know what I got. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. I have save scum time powers, okay? If I mess this up, it's coitance for all of us. You may now present one, and only one, piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? I mean, the tomato juice is the most suspicious thing. That's very suspicious. It can't have been presented already. Go for it. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is the wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. Why would you pour some tomato juice and leave it on the dresser and not even touch it? That's weird. What? She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? Are her prints on it? She would have touched other stuff in the room. If I appear weak here, the trial's over. I can look for proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. Just might fall for it. If you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. As usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one. Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? And drink some water, hold on. Not jaded. Has Andrews' fingerprints. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Garrido. Upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see right? You can't change any parts of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation. Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, edgy boy. It's been, what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand?
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Oof. Shush. I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, testimony, please.
It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan.
Almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two are the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying,
I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
What you witnessed.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Like, that's not weird at all.
It was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. Ungard came out of the victim's room.
See? It has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You told me you were there to use the bathroom. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break, spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Something you were interested in? What was that?
It's not some little thing I can go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret, between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's the thing? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we should enforce it right now. Did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? She said it was the whole time. How much is the whole time? Oh, then you would tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corrida's room.
I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Who in the world was that? Not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was. Yes, he was. Oh, I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. What I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. Well, I guess I could tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. You saw my client. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Really? No, you brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get the sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail. You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth. His teeth were shining? Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie. This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night. What? Unguard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know, you whippersnapper. So, Mr. Wright. Ma'am, did you see his face? Was he in costume? Did I mess up the order of asking? I might have. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. It's bad for us, really bad. How the human mind is. It also has the tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? It's because you're not the one who has to question her. Okay, I didn't get bombed. Okay. Let's try that again. Was he in costume or not? What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. Yes, it does. But it does. Now what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, the racing jacket. He was not in costume. He was gonna give an announcement, so he said he didn't change. He was wearing that at the detention center, too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Maybe I should watch Kamen Rider. Right. So, Mr. Wright. Is this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I don't have anything to back it up, I just remember it. I kind of want to ask what he was holding, but I feel like... Okay, this is the safe option.
Were you holding a knife?
In which hand? His right or his left? Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright.
Sorry.
What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
He wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left?
Empty. Well, this whole thing has been a whole lot of nothing. So, Mr. Wright.
At that point, he wouldn't have had the knife on him anyway.
What else would he have brought into the room?
It was gonna have to be his clothes then.
Yeah. I just like being nosy. I like all of the dialogue options all the time.
Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright.
Witness, please.
Oh, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason.
But if I must... His flashy racing jacket honestly was all just for show. Can I present this as a contradiction? Does this count? This feels like a reach.
Objection!
Nope. It was a reach. He was gonna do a thing. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? Not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. Sure, he was wearing it.
She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken, but I don't think she's lying. I mean, this is the other thing I could show of him in full costume. I'm like, maybe he like took off the gloves and his face piece so he could have dinner, but like Alright, let's try this. I don't know if this is gonna work.
Objection!
Nope. right? Like, this is the only thing that ties it to the post-ceremony stage show.
Objection! Hold it!
It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
Hold it!
After amending this, I would think the contradiction would be here. About his jacket.
Hold it!
Hold on. You both have hair covering your eye. This is true. Is there something with the phrasing that I'm missing? I like still want it to be this.
Objection!
No? Wow. The real Not and Guard, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. I'm trying to get you acquitted. How's it going? I'm using my time powers. Let's see.
Hold it!
Figured to support me so I can get this acquittal refreshing like a spring breeze. Thank you. I'm like, is this a semantics thing? Like, oh boy. I tried. Because he said he didn't, like, fully change out of his costume because he still had the press conference to do. He wasn't aware of it, but of, like, whatever this confession was, though. She's never seen him wearing anything else. Which also technically can't have been true. But presenting him in full costume like this. It's technically not correct either. So I got nothing to lose, I guess.
Objection!
She may not remember things or be mistaken, but she's not lying.
Hold it!
So you did see Adrian. To keep a good eye out the whole time.
Hold it!
After all of that needling, like... Did she ever see Adrian? Again, a reach, but I don't know where I'm going with this.
Objection!
Nope. Right? It's also like super conspicuous. Damn. I mean, he must have seen you see him also, if this was the case. Does that mean Adrian was in the lobby the whole time?
Hold it! Hold it!
Come on. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. Is it here?
Objection!
Nope. No, I'm just gonna keep trying stuff now. How do I say what I want to say?
Objection!
No. No. Yeah, he was still in costume. Yeah. This was found in his hakama. He can't have been wearing his motorcycle jacket.
Objection!
Words. Miss Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Oh no, I'm so punished. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full-body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Ungard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Ungard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe you'd think, but instead I have to put up with wearing this ridiculous-looking outfit. This outfit is hideous, right? Got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. It's heavy, so heavy. Wish I could have switched to CDs ages ago, dream alive for all those kids out there. Work hard, understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are all about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You just take a tip or 10 from Edgy Poo. I kind of want to read all of her dialogue, but it goes so fast. Now hold your tongue still there for a second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the nickel samurai? But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we are talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully, try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Who I swore. Ungard. Ungard, yes. Now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you. There is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. And what I say is the truth. That's so old lady of you. Anyway, she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Who I saw. Alright. Let me press on everything and be annoying. Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to make with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later. You'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay. You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. That's right, it was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Let's just press. See what falls out. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Well, let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What do you want to be when you grow up? Whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be a Judge Wagner hero of the public's court. So what? See? Now look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier? Well, what's any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? Press Oldbag's claim. I got a Tofu. And why would that be? That way no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You're such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Gem Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of Dear Juan's room, I had to give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai? Showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. I love thinking too hard. My downfall. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. I gotta figure that out first. Yeah, it really looks like the knife was used to pry off the button. To confess something. I mean, he also would have known. Okay, he didn't know about the stage show. If he did, he still would have been hurted there, but killing Juan would totally have stopped it. Like, he wouldn't have had to wear the costume, because it would have immediately locked down the hotel.
Objection! Objection!
This is totally a valid strategy. I just...
Hold it!
Like, yeah, not really.
Hold it! Wait, how did you know that? Again, feels like a reach.
because he was strangled. A contradiction sitting in plain sight, but I am thinking too hard. It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. As far as everyone else was concerned, yes. I also have a question. Like, is the costume dirty at all, other than finding the button in the folds of the hakama? Is this me asking too many questions? Like, I still have to follow Phoenix Wright logic. Like, it's clearly not. And there's also generally a different suit actor for these things, but like, not in this universe. Is it his fingerprints? Was he in full regalia?
Objection!
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. So you're trying to scare me with that. I'll have you know it won't work. No, it's not my intention. At all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It has the defendant's fingerprints on it. Is that what you're driving at?
That is exactly what I'm driving at.
What are we driving at? Who's driving? If Mr. On Guard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on the knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. He wears gloves, doesn't he?
Objection!
He probably took his gloves off before he began this stabbing.
Objection!
And why would he do something like that? To leave his fingerprints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. Also, he's... However, there is one possibility. Let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes. Heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edwards' theory? So let me get this straight. Edwards' theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Hi, Wolf. My brain's cooked. It's fine. How are you? You think about it all the time. He had no intention of killing him. No. I mean... Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Yes, cooked. I mean... At this point... Thank you, Wolf. I'm not a shrimp. Alright. Don't see any real problems with his theory. But if you let Edwards' theory stand, you're one very large step closer to a guilty verdict. Take another shot, okay. Make your decision. Alright. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. This somehow feels counterintuitive, but... I have to prove intent? It feels counterintuitive for my client, but swing and a miss. A certain thing shouldn't be at the crime scene. Well, he brought the knife? Is that it? That the knife exists in the room at all?
Take that!
It was used by him at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. My client was in fact the killer. Then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. That were true, why'd he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Yeah, there was a knife on the table. Which means, Mr. Edward, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. One more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, there should be glove marks left on the knife. And probably some, like, steak grease on the costume or something. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it, like bees on a hive. That brings me to my final point. The knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. I'm gonna EP my way through all of these trials. Order! Was the knife really planted by the killer? The killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame him? To frame my client, of course. To frame...
Objection!
Aren't you forcing the interpretation a little too hard on this one? I mean...
Objection!
But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grr. Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy-Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then. Who were you waiting for then? Top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think. You're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corita. Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If you truly think me as hinting at it, certainly possible. Miss Oldbag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I mean, the only other person on this list that would be Miss Ma'am. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... I see. The judge seems to be really into the article. If it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA. Are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away the whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. Got a bad feeling about this. Very bad. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you, youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Secret information. That on guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he set his own manager to get in close with Juan. Cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying that truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. I gotta smash this rumor. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine witness. Be careful. Old Bag seems rather excited. That's right. On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Okay. Oh boy. Sure. Sure, bro. Highway to the danger zone. Yeah. Basically. Is that where we are? Can't say something without proof. That's slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A. But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, on guard will never get me to say touche. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly. What are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that on guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. The press on all the things. You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungar did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny. Show me what you got. You show me proof that Ongar didn't bear any ill will towards Juan. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Not really. I mean, when I spoke with him, he said he didn't really care because he was already winning the popularity polls. But, yeah, I don't got anything like that. don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. You were lecturing me about saying things without proof. Just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want whenever I want, silly boy.
You my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. I cannot condone such dirty tricks.
Alright. So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you young'uns need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop. Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Hmm?
Wait. What do you mean she didn't come through the door? You saw Adrian go in and you saw the Nickel Samurai come out? Girl? What do you mean? Girl? Wait.
Why, I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know the secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'd never find out.
How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Ooh. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information. Phoenix. Phoenix, I didn't know you had it in you. Oh my gosh. You won't get to go home today.
Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me. What do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice.
Objection!
The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's not a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? Something I can use. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. Makes your client look bad either way. I don't think I've heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. Something we can catch her on, yeah. Is it Lotta's camera? Did you find Lotta's camera? Again, a reach. But it has not been accounted for. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Witness? I hate to say it. This is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Can I bluff hard? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different.
This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard. I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poe, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. Girl, you really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. Where's the camera? If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness. You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Yeah, because I presented the camera. Miss Oldbag. That note was with the camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie's $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness. What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too. Grr, looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow was a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check the camera photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Yeah. For sure. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we got? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Present it to the court. Ooh, it's too short on this person. This is the Nickel Samurai. Yeah, it's too short on this person. Guy wearing shoes. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Lotta's photo added to the court record. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. No, it's not. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright. The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? If it's really decisive, then we're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake. This photo that Lotta took. There's something strange. There's something strange with the photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what we were planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you only need one chance, right? Oh, well, to find something wrong with the photo, I can't let the chance go by. Where the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Defeats. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area, right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And? What does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. What is the meaning of this?
Objection!
I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. So if Adrian did do the murder, who's manipulating Adrian and why? Right? That's curious. What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. It's true. He's just letting the trial run itself. As if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. Figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume, is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is this person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person inside this photograph?
Take that!
Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? I mean, Old Bag saw her go in, and that's why she was lurking outside the door, because she wanted to see her leave. So, like, anyway. For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room, also true. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. How does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife, with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, the yaoi writing is so good. I have to do this now. My last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order. Looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. The verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright. This is it. He's kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ugh. If I don't get a verdict today, then my, Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Now then.
Objection!
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. We must pass a verdict today. Can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not. I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Prepare your witness in that time, Edgeworth. Court will now take 10 minutes. Dun dun dun. Okay. Okay. (2:14 p.m.) Dude! I can't believe that, Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. Would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner is, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log that entire time. Oh! She could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one who came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it was really her? Yes. She is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. But then how does to kill her, like... How does Maya's kidnapping tie into this? It It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yes? Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. Well, that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impax. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Hey! I'm sure he is. Don't let your guard down yet. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. Yeah, the card. The card also ties into Mr. Kidnapper Man. Suspicious. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. Right, like I don't think it was her. I think, didn't we ask her directly if she did? And she denied it. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness. Please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. But you didn't drink any. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, cross-examine. Phoenix, she is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who was easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over, understand? Bum, bum, bum.
And what was Mr. Ongard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes. Excuse me? It? What are you...
Objection!
Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture. One was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Okay. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon. What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. Can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. Continue. Now, witness, what did you see when you got to his room? You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. The guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what that mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information?
I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Not this, and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell into the guitar case. I wanna look at something really quick, like. But only on top of the lid. Only on top of the lid. The lid. SpongeBob. Okay.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. Well, what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case.
Objection!
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Objection!
No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. No, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? Seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright. Boop. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
Hold it!
During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see, are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side's taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me.
Hold it!
So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
Objection!
As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic.
Hold it!
Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
Objection!
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, please pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry.
Hold it!
Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I wasn't planning on letting up. She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. Your fingerprints aren't on it. Is that where I'm going with this?
Objection!
There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I was dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. I'm going somewhere with this. You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Meow. Hi, Day.
Take that!
Have your proof right here. The wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? EP, your EP day. I was also EP. I fell asleep and I was late for stream. Womp. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean. It was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Objection!
Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
Objection!
No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. Was it holding the costume?
Objection!
Maybe. There could have been an extra costume. TV be doing that. If you are so sure, Wright, then I am sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing? You don't mean it was a black guitar? So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Mr. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Oh boy. Yeah. Miss Von Karma is in surgery for being shot. So there's like... There are many moving pieces here. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Yeah, Miss Von Karma was shot in the shoulder. Because whoever is behind kidnapping Maya wants on guard acquitted. And wanted to weaken the prosecution. So I guess he shot Francisca. I guess. And I was just like, okay, that's why baby girl is back. But yeah, what was inside the case at the time of the murder? I would think it was the costume, because Matt's been in costume the whole time and he took a nap. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in the picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Aha! Aha! See, the logic is fun. But sometimes it's goofy. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right. Are you saying the witness opened the guitar case to To take out a costume? What insane point would there be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity, so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order, order. Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Truly. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Mad on Guard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case, of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. He was going to give the confession. But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? You've just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue. Maybe. Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you could explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... What's this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on Guard. Yes. I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Who is your dom, Miss Andrews? Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Gem and Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What?
And do you know what the secret of Mr. Engarde's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. Engarde.
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
Oh, you told me you don't give a shit. This is a job.
This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. Finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down.
How would he have known?
How would he have known that Juan was threatening his career? Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear.
I should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. At least, not from what I remember.
May I continue now? So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's most beloved Matt Engarde. You knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes. Because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engarde himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference?
I have a magic rock.
Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Ms. Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I don't know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Engarde done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped him out. And that directly conflicts with you saying you want to protect Matt.
Objection!
The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself?
Hold it!
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at that time. Keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. Can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy.
Hold it!
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Talking about this button, correct? The button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? Would think that this makes very decisive evidence. But the height of the person was clearly not consistent with Matt's height. In the photo. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews. And for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. How do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up. They were found to fit together perfectly. Or so I heard. I've heard that before too, but why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? I felt that I had to protect him. You were conspiring his downfall, girl. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant.
Objection!
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Well, you should know this by now. I need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it. Should have everything I need, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, this picture is also pretty suspicious. Because who is that? Because that ain't Matt. You can't... When he's in costume, you can fully see his feet.
Because the button was found in his Hakama after a body search. But the person in the photo isn't him.
Hold it! Objection! Objection!
I mean, I can try the photo.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection! Hold it! Objection!
Hmm. No. Hmm.
Objection!
A reach.
Hold it! Objection!
Not any of this. You felt that you had to protect him. Is it the conference? Like, you organized this whole conference.
Objection!
Nope. Like, well, how are you protecting him if you're totally conspiring to ruin his career? What's that about? I feel like the math isn't mathing, but,
Objection!
nope.
Hold it!
I mean, when did Old Bag Zoo go into the room? I mean, it is a little suspicious that she has such specific details, but...
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
Nope. Torn off. No. This is about the button. Try the button, try the knife. You don't know what his motive was.
You do know, but you don't have any way to prove it. Why wouldn't you have any way to prove it? You steer his life everywhere. But I can't press her on this.
Objection!
It's like, it doesn't matter what she was thinking. Be like, girl.
Hold it! Objection! Objection!
I had to prove that she's mad at him. That she doesn't like Matt. Would that be the gossip article? I really don't have anything else.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
There it is. Oh, let me save scum so I have so I have help. Math. Girl math.
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There's no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order! What's the meaning?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? You plant evidence. What does that change? It. Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. Pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point, Phoenix. Can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... like Adrian... Adrian makes the most sense with the information I currently have. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Karuta's killer. What? Order, 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 Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside that guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No,
Objection!
But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. It would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. All right. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? You finished already. Run out of evidence. What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. Again. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid, definitive proof. But it's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do. And that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial, tomorrow, we don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, the court is...
Objection!
It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However,
If the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I am curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think of how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he a friend or foe? I just don't know. He's baby girl is what he is. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. That's so everybody says. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know, Edgeworth. What the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, cross-examination. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait a little longer? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. Could have said it better myself. I love being annoying. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you see next? Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So you didn't think he was dead? At all? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. That's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes. He always has a hard time waking up. So Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see.
And how did you come to realize that he was, in fact, dead? Shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian's letting her guard down. Kill the prosecution. Isn't that harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? It doesn't look like a corner.
Objection!
Nope.
Hold it!
So you didn't see the knife sticking out of him? Hmm.
Objection! Hold it! Objection!
Hmm.
Hold it!
Because this is the odd thing. Slumped over, tired looking. So I guess when she found him, vase on the table, guitar case closed, with the costume inside, knife sticking out of him.
feel like you would have seen the knife. It's bright yellow.
Objection! Hold it! Objection!
No. No.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Hmm.
Hold it!
I mean, his cosmetics were also on the floor.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Fucking right? Okay. Ah! Oh, what is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Okay, okay, it's fine. Correct line of thinking, I just have to pick the right prompt. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. That's... well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world could mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer. I mean, knife sticking out of him, blood. Also, who else would have known that the costume was in the guitar case? No. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because, Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Who is controlling you? There's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth? At last. Not quite. What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth. I mean, I think we can acquit Matt and have a separate trial for Miss Andrews. I think that would be fine. The absolute, real truth. What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and that would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Thank you for headphones. I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Huh? I drink water. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. The accent. I'm bad at accents, and sometimes they just happen for no reason. And yeah. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. But then, right now, Miss Andrews is. Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word. No matter what happens, if you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging to them. Oh my gosh. I need a Yuri-ful, happily ever after for Miss Andrews and Franziska. I think that's kind of what I want. Then, what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? I mean, who is the killer that kidnapped Maya? She's connected with them somehow. All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this, therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. Think about who was the real mastermind behind this crime. I don't even have, like, a file on that guy. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? No, there's... Who kidnapped Maya? Oh no. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I do want the truth. We're here for justice. Justice for all. Justice for all, right? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright! Are you sure you know what you're doing? I mean, apparently the... What? If someone is guilty of murder, it's immediate death sentence, right? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. Wow. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth. How can you be so cold? I mean, it would end the same either way, I guess. However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Damn, girl. Nothing matters anymore. About my Eurofil ending. Fradrian is apparently Fran's most popular ship. I mean... Math. Let's see. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then...
I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Oh. Stabbed the body with the knife, but why would you do that? Okay, so she didn't do the murder, but she totally was trying to frame Matt. Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? Might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time. So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Garita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf was a part of the Gem and Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. He was dead. I formulated a plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. A horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt even look more suspect. So I thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in Mr. Engard's hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There's also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That... I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, that people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. So then where's the evidence that it was Matt? The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. Where is the evidence that it was Matt? You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Bum bum. Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. Why'd you take it? I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there, right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Bro. Just tampering with crime scenes, stealing shit. Fucking... Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness. That card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. Steal and tamper with crime scene? You totally did. You totally meant to do that. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before.
What in the world is it? What does it mean? Yeah, these cases definitely take a lot longer because I'm reading out loud all of the text. Definitely. For sure. 5:24 p.m. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. So far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mr. Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective? Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe. Thanks, Kinsara. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary / voiceover. It's a bunch. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. Alright, let's chat. So what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. Well, what are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? I mean, does Phoenix... How do you pay bills? Have you gotten paid? Sir? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. Like, does he pay Maya? Like, does that happen? So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. You got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like, he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth, finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think that there was something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would you want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? So he does get paid from what we know from previous cases. His pay gets docked from investigation time when when the investigation team screws up. But I meant, like, does Phoenix get paid by his clients? Like, right, like, does Phoenix pay Maya? Not a lie, per se, it's just... It feels like there's more here than meets the eye. And that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more info on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to trial today. Maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. She would be at the Hottie Clinic, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, it's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal. That's okay, I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Did you just call the watering can Mister? The crime happened at the recently completed hotel in the center of town. The Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Just how far are they going to expand their empire?
This is the, Nickel Samurai, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Nick, please take care of Mystic Maya and be her Nickel Samurai, alright?
Aww.
Do you need to look something up in one of these law books, Mr. Nick? Which book is it? Which book do you need?
I can't read those hard books, and, I can't reach them either. But I can read, and I'm tall, pal. Oh, please stop competing with an 8-year-old. It's disturbing. Oh, right. It was implied that Gumshoe would reach for books for Edgeworth? My desk.
Oh, I can clean it up even more for you last night.
But I can get even more cleaner, pal.
Ah, that's for the toilet.
What a mess, literally. Oh boy, alright. Family. Sure, let's go check the Hottie Clinic. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie, Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie, Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that thing, that surgery, well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful. Absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all, When I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. And when I'd do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I Think I could get used to it. Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky friska. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nah, I know I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse, in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Mr. Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth? What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. Okay. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness! That card! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card... What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, The best at that. An assassin? So who is this Shelly the Killer? And did you not immediately, like, not make that connection with Maya's kidnapper? Bro. The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? Edgeworth being like, you absolutely cannot leak this information. Let me tell an 8-year-old. Oh my god. Edgeworth, please. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. Oh, did Matt arrange for that? The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. Seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So, you think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case? Okay. I think I see what's going on. It would appear that way. Oh, when he realized the crime scene was tampered with by Andrews, then he kidnapped Maya. The discovery of the card basically confirms it. Wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Tell him! Tell him! Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? You hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. You don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Yeah, no shit. Your own client. Yeah, for sure. Please, stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Baby girl. Mr. Nick. Do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? Yes. No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock. I mean, we didn't ask him about it. We asked him if he killed him. And he didn't. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please. All I ask is you make it home. Safe and sound. Are we still in the wine cellar? I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. Even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. A lot of glass bottles. They feel like barrels. Really hungry, not thirsty. All sorts of things piled up, too dark to see. Unlock the door with this card. Should probably go take a look around. What is this place? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. Is that a doggy door? That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. And a big screen. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Can't see very well in the darkness. A framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Oh, is it this lady? Is that lady? Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, maybe I'd be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you in our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard, but
I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright. Let's get going too. Okay. Sorry, visiting hours are over. Aw. Ugh, too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Huh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. Didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. The client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Save Shu, oh my god. Right. This might be a trap, though. That's kind of the vibe I got. Right now, Mr. Nick. Let's look for clues. For Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Ms. Oldbag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy. Just as he promised, but something more valuable. I want Edgy Poo's heart. I want it all for me. It's all your fault. You're the weak and the wild piece inside this old bag. Oh, man. Miss Oldbag.
Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in or no air gets out.
That's incredibly dangerous. Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this. On guard mansion, living room. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! So I guess this is Shu. What a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, this is the other side of the door. Oh, we're lawyers. This 8-year-old, a lawyer. Sometimes, when she gets possessed. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The Master's. Then, you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. Then you would have fed the cat. Right? Family butler would have totally fed the cat. Why do I need to be here? You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder, because that's my job. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. This scar down the middle of his face is like human suit, which is fantastic. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. Family butler 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind of a maid over a butler. Hold on. There's a small door at the bottom of the bigger door, Mr. Nick. That is for Mr. Ungard's cat to use. Oh, you mean shoe. The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh, what is with me and feeling inferior today? Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Faye Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. Not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Then I guess I don't need this scrap of paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Oh, so young, and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. There's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler. I am in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. Did you exit the house, or did you go into the... Yeah, he totally ordered this hit on Mr. Juan. Alright, but it is just about bedtime. It is coming up on 3 a.m. So I guess I have to pick it up with Miss Oldbag in the Criminal Affairs Department tomorrow. Do more investigating. Like, Shu never needed saving. He was already being cared for. But I don't know what Matt's motive was to send us to his house. Masterful lawyering. It takes a minute for me to connect the dots, even though I know what the dots are. But it's there. It's there. I do like how carefully you need to observe everything. I do appreciate that. Like, when I've played other similar games, like I don't know, like Danganronpa, or even AI Somnium Files. It's like head empty, just keep picking stuff until it doesn't work anymore, but like, until you find the path. What else am I thinking of? The 999 games. I was also thinking about those. There's really like a different, I guess, logic sense, which is kind of nice. All right, I'm gonna go to eat though. You're interested to see what the fuck is going on in this case? I mean, so am I. I'm interested to see how it will resolve. Like, Matt clearly has assassin guy on payroll, and definitely had Juan killed. An assassin guy needs to protect his client and his professional integrity, I suppose, as an assassin. So he can't let his client take the fall. Right. And I also want to see, like, Edgeworth and Phoenix properly make up, you know? Because Phoenix is still kind of mad, but, like... I know what I'm about. Right, and does Gumshoe stay unemployed? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, I think he's gonna earn his way back. Because Detective Gumshoe... I mean, he's Gumshoe. He gotta be Detective Gumshoe, you know? We'll see. Alright, thanks for hanging out, y'all. I appreciate the company. I'm sorry for falling asleep and being late. Womp. Edgeworth seems like he's trying hard to fix it. Phoenix can't be... can't forever. Right. I think Edgeworth... Edgeworth is centering his values on justice and not on his ego, which is... like, that's growth. That's character development for him, for sure. But yeah, I want the yaoi fuel. That's it. That's true. Alright, I'm going to see who's on right now. Tohane's on. Tohane's playing Helldivers. Let's see. Shady's playing Marvel Rivals. I met Shady when my friend Dorkadoodles was streaming for her birthday. They were really nice. You can go say hi to them. Okay. Alright, I hope you all have a good day. Good night, wherever you are. Thanks for hanging out. Oyas Umamirs. Bedtime real. Okay, bye-bye. Let me go say hi to Shady right now. Alright, bye-bye. Good night. Oyas Umamirs.